I'm about to.
Quickly say the worst things you can imagine.
The worst thing I can imagine is Ash's smelly socks.
Oh!
Worst thing I can imagine is cat eating, but
Yeah, that's not the worst.
oh, it is.
Oh, Latin
Sephiroth.
music, not Latin music. Gotcha. No. When you said Latin, I was like, the obvious one is Big Fat or is Sephiroth's theme,
Yeah, but not that kind of Latin.
but not that one. I don't know if there's any like
yeah.
Latin American roots ones. Like some of the Dawn Trail ones are right, but I can't think of any that are like. I can think of songs that are like awesome off the top of my head. None of the Dawn Trail ones. At least not with Latin roots. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Search for
Okay.
a schnitzel now.
By Andre.
Okay, wow. He wants to get rid of me. That's easy. Wow.
No, that was yesterday, and it was the day that ended Y for you too. AFK is gonna have to redo SR because the bot's dumb and can't handle multiple requests at the same time. So what does Cat think of Little Black Dress? Say anything. I see. Someone who could wear a little black dress, I'm assuming. Completely understandable. Then have a nice. Shadowbringers. It's a lot of ups. There's another. No, this one is from the Arcadian, which is Dawn Trail, but it's like not part of Dawn Trail proper, right?
Arcada has some really good tracks.
Unfortunately, Cad found out about Honeybee Lovely. Honeybee Lovely is the one that turns into a bee. Oh no, that's also Dontrell. You say that, but that's the one that people went crazy over. People started simping on that one because the entire mechanic is simping on her. Ah, song that I wanted is too long. Darn.
Yeah, I was gonna put from the Evans from the Omega Protocol.
I got another version. So can you finish Shadowbringer's story proper, right? But you didn't do the expansion you didn't do the patch cycle of it. Okay. If you ever get really fucking bored, I would recommend going to do it. Finish through Endwalker, but you would have to be really, really bored. I personally think the Endwalker was a perfect place to stop the story forever.
But Bob, I don't know, we have to think about our gamers.
Sometimes the gamers are wrong, Burning. For example, people saying that Monster Hunter was too easy, give us harder stuff. And then they got 9-star Gore Magala and said, no, go back. And then we got Omega Savage.
Yeah, I saw that meme.
Was my sub anniversary. Oh, 77 months. Not an anniversary. Same thing.
Hello, chat. Sorry about that. It's taken me a little bit to get set up here. I did just get the go live tweet out. Do me the favor, go give that some love. You guys know the drill. Just waiting on that to come online. Okay, let me grab you guys today's art sauce. Okay. Think we're good to go. I think I hit one of the buttons on my headset because it is giving me a little bit of echo. But hello, everybody. Here is today's sauce. Same deal. Go give the artists some love. And how is everybody doing today? Ah. Falls trusting Kaya and Alessa. Oh no. Wait, why is that relogging me? I guess I did spend my AP down in the morning, so it just needs to relog right now. Excited I beat Demeter. Hey, nice catch. Good job. Okay, we're not there yet on the new player account, but we're getting there. That is, like I said, this week we're kind of on break from the new player account, but we'll head towards it. Oh my god. No. 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 Nightbot, what did you just do? Okay. How's it going? Event on farm mode now? Pretty much. Like, I have not had to I now have the final node down pat with that comp that I was doing, but I haven't gotten to do the like 5 AP nodes and stuff, which that'll probably be a tomorrow thing. Did that get louder? I feel like it did. There you go. Sorry about the chat. Sorry about the blowing your ears out there. Ah. Let me pop in and do that. Sorry, chat. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. AFK, thank you for the 75. Drop my monster sub that I use for my Magnum content creator. Thank you. I appreciate it. But again, I hope everyone's having a good day. Sorry I was not able to stream yesterday. You guys know the drill at this point, I'm pretty sure. But it was date night for me again yesterday, and it was a fun time. But that means I did not get to cover Kondo with you guys, so that just is what that is. We will be covering him today. I also did not get to play Ghost of Yotei yesterday, even though I had the key. So because of that, we'll be playing today after we get the Kondo analysis done and all the accounts like farmed out. But basically, I was talking about this Tuesday, but it's like it's really funny that I finally get like a key for like a major game, and like I get early access and everything, and then they drop it on like the one day I can't stream. I'm like, of course they do. But it is what it is. So it's something we just got to get around to. But like I said, I know my stream schedule has been less good of late because of stuff like this, but I hope chat understands is all I can say. This is definitely me prioritizing myself, but I'm still trying to take care of you guys the best I can as well too. So even though we'll be a little bit late with things like the Kondo analysis here, I'm going to go over Kondo today, and we'll probably go over the Ptolemy event tomorrow. Because I am expecting that, like, probably somewhere like early next week, they're going to announce Ptolemy. I bet you touch grass but absorb sunlight too. I think I absorb a little bit too much sunlight since my arm is like peeling right now. So it just is what it is. Actually, I'm surprised that cleared. Because I did that without half the buffs there. Going the distance. Ptolemy event would start mid-October, right? But so there'll probably be like a pre-campaign and everything, so we think it's going to get quote-unquote announced. So I'm going to go ahead and make the video because that's when it'll trend in the algorithm and stuff. Snake Roth? Yeah, I don't know about Snake. I was at the beach today, Kat. Are you proud of me? No, because you told me that was just for work and you didn't get to enjoy it. So no. I mean, in that regard, I also don't envy you, though, so. Let's just go with the 5-star CE again. Lucy, thank you for the 21. And even seeing an FGO stream gave me PTSD. Poor MP5 Yang. Oof. Got the urge to play the game again, so got a decent account. YouTube vids have been godsend. Also hope your date went well. It did. Thank you. But glad to know they're appreciated. So, again, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, my dude. Chat, can we get some love? I touched grass and everything, but, like, did you touch grass with your bare feet? Or was it, like, you just unfortunately were forced to touch grass? Is it going to be a 4-turn because I just didn't get the cards here, turn 1? Well, maybe not. Okay, never mind. Reverse Koyanskaya Mighty Chain works. That is news to me. Yeah, let's do that. It'll be... No, I should get it back. Insane. Thank you for the resub, my man. Thank you for the 56. How you doing today? If they don't have to touch grass badge like me, you might want to scrutinize them some, right? Had to step into the dunes, so my shoes got dirty. That's... They made you walk on sand with shoes on? What kind of monsters are they? Everyone knows that sandals are nothing. We were staking out a trash enclosure. Oh my god. Best I can do is a banana peel. Damn. It's also an active construction site. On the sand? I never really thought about that, but building on the beach has got to be really just a pain in the ass. Personal protective equipment and all that? Yeah. Oh, it is? Yeah. I hate sand. It's rough and coarse and it gets everywhere. Quite literally. But I hope chat has gotten to experience the new unit on JP. Even if it's vicariously. Also, there's been some pretty funny news out lately about like sorry, hold on. Been some pretty funny news out lately about like EA and stuff, and there's been a whole lot of takes already that I've seen. I see some people like, you know, like my initial take was that I was like cautiously optimistic. And I've seen several other people that are like, okay, this can only be a good thing, yada yada yada. And then we got like news that like EA, because of going private, is now going to apparently like how it's gonna save in cost is that it's just gonna fire a bunch of its people and replace them with AI, which we all know won't work. Oh, they're sitting there doing that. And then I saw somebody else bring up a good point, and this is actually interesting, and that's the idea that while, yeah, like EA may just go down the shitter even still because of this acquisition, it's actually kind of interesting in the fact that if EA feels like it's unprofitable now as a private company, it might actually start to sell off its IPs. Which could be really nice because EA is sitting on a veritable treasure trove of IPs, very similar to like Square Enix and Sony and stuff. It's like some of these companies just have IPs that they never let see the light of day anymore. And if they sell it off, you might actually see a new company pick it up and do something with it. So in a weird way, it would almost be like a decentralization, a like spreading of IPs, and it might actually be better long term because of that. So even if EA itself kind of just goes down the shitter, we might actually get like a better like environment video gaming wise. We could get Microsoft FIFA. Oh god, please no. Sell Mass Effect, please, or better yet, Dragon Age, right? Yeah, can you... Oh my god, can you imagine if they sold Dragon Age to, like, Larian? Do you know how hilarious that would be, since Larian also picked up Baldur's Gate? And the prior producer of Baldur's Gate was BioWare? So it's like, at that point, like, BioWare made Dragon Age because they couldn't produce Baldur's Gate anymore. And then, oh, they end up selling it off, and it goes to Larian, who also produced the next like rung of that series, and now would produce the next rung of that of like Dragon Age as well. So it would just be hilarious to me at that point. Command and Conquer remake, yeah, I think still as far as like RTSs go, I think Command and Conquer's got like still serious like star power and acclaim. I don't think it's like StarCraft level. I don't think it's even necessarily like Warcraft level, but I think like when you ask like an average American gamer from back around that time, they would all know about Command and Conquer. I think the fact that like Command and Conquer just kind of went the way of the dodo, and other than the like remaster that I think it was Petroglyph did, we have not like had anything else on it. And it's like, that's kind of crazy because it's still wildly popular. Like a shit ton of people bought that remaster. So it tells me that there's still like the demand for it. There's still the nostalgia. I'm just surprised that like they have some of these IPs and they just never touch them. No wonder my mailbox is full. Holy shit. I basically had 27 slots of just single items. Larian's done with Baldur's Gate, aren't they? I believe so. And that I think that's both the studio's own goals, or that they want to make whatever their next two games are, because apparently they're producing two right now. One I assume is a like it's a Divinity project. Like it may be Divinity Original Sin 3 or something. And the other one is apparently like some new project that they wanted to work on. But like that's part of it, and I think the other part of it is I don't think Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro treated Larian very well. I think they were just kind of like, whatever. These people are not really appreciative of what we did. And only like after the fact, when they were successful, was like Wizards finally like, oh yeah, this is great. Let's try to market this more. Let's do more with this. And it's like, yeah, I can see why they would maybe be a little bit jaded on them, right? But Alert 3 was amazing. It was at least different, right? I did like getting the colored minerals with my super RV. No. All right, so tomorrow is the double spin again. Still like the is it Stormwalker? What was the third expansion for Final Fantasy 14? No, it's Endwalker, it's Stormblood. I still like the Stormblood theme. It's still one of my favorites. Combine your Taiga? JP, I should have them all, but yeah, let me double check. Outfit. Got stubby finger. Nah, that's all good. I mean, like, besides FGO, what we've been playing? I mean, I played some Metal Gear Solid. I've been playing a little bit of Marvel Rivals on the side. I've played Monster Hunter is what I'm like currently playing as a side project because they had the Final Fantasy 14 collab. And everything in between. So like I said, like today we'll be playing Ghost of Yotei after we're done with FGO. Give me that. Let's just start at the end and let's start buying. Dude, it is still wild to me that like somehow I don't have a crap ton of Serpent Jewels on JP. Actually kind of insane. Huh? Like 2.5 minutes remaining. I mean, we had the fight we were doing the other day where we all got disconnected. I had to let the AI kind of take over the fight for me because I was hunting horn, and I completed it with like 30 seconds left. It was actually kind of ridiculous, and I was on my last life too. So I was sweating it because I was like, oh man, oh man. Ubisoft sells Assassin's Creed IP to From Software for the people that made Final Fantasy. They've unfortunately functionally already sold it to Tencent because that's the whole like what was the terminology that they used? They said something along the lines of like trying to remember. But like they basically split off a subsidiary that Tencent has control of. And that subsidiary, while still under Ubisoft, Tencent has control of it, but it has like it like houses like most of their major IPs. So I guess I've done all of the Pilgrimage Festival stuff on this account. Actually, what is the last remaining weekly that I have? Dragon enemies? I assume that's got to include like wyverns. I need to do that Fujino quest. Of course. Of course, that's too much party cost. Okay, hold on, chat. Let's do that. I hate having to like change a composition that I've been using a bunch around. Just because of like party cost issues. Wyverns, dinosaurs, reptile things from Babylonia. Okay, perfect. Let's do that. Should be low enough that oh, it's only a 1 out of 2. Sweet. I'm gonna do this just for like the sheer refund. Because I doubt I'm gonna need it to kill wave 3. Or sorry, wave 2. How's my night going? I'm doing good. How was date night? Date night was good as well. Date night was trying to think of like how to say it. Like it was good. Like usually my Wednesday dates chat are like just kind of like dinner because there's not a lot of time to do a lot else. But sometimes like I definitely love like doing activities with people, but at the end of the day, sometimes just having a good like I don't know, like dinner and like you just get to like sit down and have like some quality time just talking to somebody is just really nice. So I don't mind that. And last night we definitely talked for a long time. I didn't get back till like 2 in the morning. So I'm a little bit sleep deprived, but I think like, and I was telling her this today, it's like I actually think like working out's doing a lot of work for me right now because I don't feel low on energy anymore, really, ever. Like, I feel like even today, I can tell I'm a little bit tired because I was like yawning a little bit before I got dinner, but I'm still perfectly energetic. I don't have like any problems focusing or anything like that. As long as you're happy, yeah. Nothing coffee can't fix, exactly. Sounds promising, at least, yeah. I'm having fun, so. Wait, AC got worse? Wait, you're talking about Assassin's Creed? Oh, you're talking about like the storyline and how like they were making everything about like the gods and stuff like that? Or not the gods, but like it's like basically the precursor race or whatever. I should probably do Voyager's quest there. Go touch the dinosaurs in 7 here. It'll probably break the capture card, so apologies in advance. I just need to find one that actually has dinosaurs in it. Is that the... I was gonna say, that's the costume that I still haven't unlocked. God, no. See, that will break the capture card. I see Dev's got back to you about Yotei. I'm having a good time with it. Good. Yeah, I haven't seen many people talking about Yotei, which unfortunately I think means that like not a lot of people are playing it. Which to be fair, I think like the Digimon game also came out today. But also like what is with the pixel grainy quality all of a sudden? That's why I'm zoomed all the way out. Oh, come on. There's got to be a node that has a ton of them. Okay, so that node at least has 1. Is Digimon tomorrow? Okay. I thought it was already today. Well, then maybe just people like... Again, I think there's probably a lot of people then that are like me, where they're just maybe on the fence and they're not sure how to feel about kind of like some of the drama that's been surrounding the game. So it is what it is. I think that sort of stuff has always kind of been like just poor form for a lot of games, and I think it's like in general, the idea that like both sides of the aisle play video games, making comments to like one side or the other, it's just naturally going to cause people to get upset with you, right? Do I have somebody else I can bond? Needs to be a 4-star. Looks like all of my 4 stars are bonded. Tenochtitlan. It is what it is. Sorry, capture card chat. I'm playing Ghost of Yotei right now. Yeah, I haven't heard very many people like offering their opinions on it. Maybe it's just because people are early in the game. Maybe it's because people are just not talking about it. I couldn't tell you, right? The best part about Yotei is it plays more like Tsushima. That's good. Like I think that's definitely a concern with any sequel is like if the original version was good, are you going to change something and make it worse? right? Or are you just going to like build upon what you already had and make it better? Some sequels do it amazingly, some sequels don't. And I never get the ones where it's like, I know, we'll change this. And it's like, nobody asked you to. And it like, because they end up making it worse. It feels just like I jumped back into Ghost of Tsushima, but I'm still in the first hour of the game. Yeah. And like, at nothing else, I would assume that they wouldn't mess that formula up. I think Sucker Punch is probably good for that. I think the things that concern me more with Ghost of Yotei are like basically involving the main character and like how the story was written for this game. That's where like I'm super concerned. And I just hope they do it well. I hope that well, let me just say some of the drama was involving very poor taste comments that some of the developers made for the game, including the lead VA. And it's like, you just hope that stuff like that like doesn't infect the video game design process, because I feel like unfortunately nowadays that's all too common of a thing, right? People are more like trying to push their ideals and more like trying to preach to the consumer rather than they are just trying to make a good product that people will like. So it's like it feels like a lot of times priorities are just in the wrong place. Is I didn't hear about the drama until after, and I had already ordered and wanted to play it. Yeah, that's fine. I think like drama online about like video games is always going to be in the eye of the beholder, because it's like if you're still excited for the game, obviously there's maybe like a pain tolerance there where it's like, okay, like how much of this do I wanna like is there a point where it's like, okay, enough is enough, I'm not gonna get the game now, but I was excited for the game? Or is it like, you know, I don't really care, this whatever this drama is, it doesn't impact me, it doesn't bother me, so to hell with it, I'm just gonna keep like being excited for the game and get the game. And I think that's why there's always like so many like there's like 50% on one side, 50% on another side. Everyone's just arguing back and forth over like whether or not it should be a thing. Because at the end of the day, people are very opinionated nowadays, and they just like I can sit there, I can go like, oh, I don't want to get a game. And then someone will be like, well, why don't you want to get the game? That's ridiculous. You should get the game. The game's amazing. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like people can want something or not want something based off their own opinions, and it's like nobody can allow everybody else to have an opinion anymore. Or the control is better? That'd be nice. Digimon is already out, if I remember correctly. Okay. What I fear is that it doesn't evolve much gameplay wise, but it's too early to tell. Yeah, that could be a little bit of a concern. I really like Ghost of Tsushima, and for what it was an amazing offering, but also simultaneously, I would hope that a sequel would build upon it and not just do the same thing, right? Because I know like some people's criticism of Ghost was that it did get repetitive. I always found it fun and never found it repetitive really towards the end. But I can understand how someone would feel that way. So my hope for them would be that they found a way to make things like mix it up a little bit and make it more entertaining. But again, like we said, that's a fine line between did you make it better or did you make it worse? She's a different beast from Jen, where she's all about vengeance. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm concerned. Reminds me way too fucking much of another game that I won't like go near with a 10-foot pole. If you know, chat. Last of Us 2. Like that's Last of Us 2, I felt like just completely destroyed what Last of Us like was as a series. It basically took the entire like morals and lessons and narrative of the first game, subverted it, and tore it to pieces. And a good chunk of that is because of the very stupid narrative involving the main character and like vengeance and like all that stuff. So it's like I really just hope that that is not the theme for this game. Or at least that if it is, that they handle it way better. Neil Druckmann wrote himself into such a corner that he can't do TLO3. No, he can do it. I'm pretty sure he's going to announce it here soon, because I'm also pretty sure that the well is running a little bit dry on his end. Like, I think everybody expects it, and he's not really making money, because I honest to God, I do not believe that Last of Us 2 actually sold well in the end. I think a bunch of people that did buy the game returned it, and I think it was such a polarizing thing that they basically sat there on one end and like were able to tell, it's like, oh well, we have all these fans supporting us. It's like, yeah, but you have a ton of people that say like, no, this is terrible, I'm not going to play the game. That can't be good for sales. Like, I'm not going to say that they didn't still sell a good chunk. I'm sure they did, but like whether or not it met their actual expectations for the game, I don't think it did. I suspect that they actually like came in under where they're supposed to be. So it does make me think that like there's probably a little bit of pressure behind the scenes to produce the third game. Also, because at the same time, the HBO series for the show actually did fairly well until the second season. Sorry, not even the second season, because I think it was they had season 1, which was game 1, and then seasons 2 and 3, because they split the second game into 3 seasons. But I think it was like partway through season 2, everybody started flipping their shit over like how bad it was. And to be fair, I think that's pretty valid criticism when gamers react and say like, hey, this is a very polarizing thing, and then TV watchers who are a like not entirely different but largely distinct crowd also go like, hey, wow, this was kind of ass. So it's like when you have two completely different, well, not completely different, but when you have two different like groups of people reacting the exact same way, that tells you it's like, oh, the reaction from gamers wasn't wrong. This just is a very polarizing way to handle this. Because there were a lot of people that are like, oh, it's just because gamers are like bigoted or something like that. And it's like, no, that's not why everybody thought that was poorly written. Like, it was poorly written was the problem. It is almost, I would go so far as to say that TLO2 is a masterclass in how not to write a character. When they remastered the first and second game every year, true. Also, you can buy gear in this game. Oh, that's interesting. Basically at the same Joel death point, both video game and TV audiences checked out. Yep. And that tells me that they did not understand their audience. Because, like, you know, again, I actually was not the biggest fan of the first game's gameplay, but the story to game number 1 was really good. And what did people like about game number 1? People liked the relationship that Joel and Ellie had. So when you kill Joel off and you do it in a frankly stupid, nonsensical way that the character would not have actually done, people aren't going to like it. It's the same reason why if you look at like the Star Wars like sequel trilogy, Why doesn't everybody like the second movie in the sequel trilogy? Because it totally destroys Luke's character, and people like Luke. So it's like, oh, well, why can't anyone find Luke? Because he's been hiding like a bitch. And he hasn't been helping his friends, and he's left them all to die. And it's like, what? No, that's not Luke Skywalker. He would never do that. In the same way, Joel, who was suspicious as all fuck of like everybody and everything at all times, would have never gone with a random stranger to their camp when she had priorly mentioned that they had set up military-like patrols to make sure that like there was nobody getting in. And your brother even reminded you, hey, we should go back and we should warn town. And you're like, no, let me just go off with these random strangers. Like it really, in both instances, it is like I said, it's a masterclass of how not to write a character. Because it's like, if you have, let's just say, the protagonist, and you make the protagonist not the protagonist anymore, that is bad writing. It's just a failure. You have now, like, supplanted them with somebody else, probably. Similarly, it's like, if you take the villain, and you make the villain not the villain anymore. I'm not going to say that you can't do this for, like, character growth reasons, and there couldn't be, like, another villain. That's fine. But I'm saying if you take the quote-unquote main villain and you make them not the villain anymore, and it is not the end of the story, you fucked up. Because you've basically, it's like, oh, well, now the main foil to the protagonist is not there anymore. Case closed, story ends. So it's like, both of those scenarios are just kind of like bad writing on behalf of whoever is handling it. I think like a bitch after being caught by his nephew about to murder him in his sleep. Yeah, especially for the guy that, like, he was somebody that always saw redemption in people and gave second chances, so he never would have actually, like, killed his nephew in his sleep. He would have tried to help his nephew fight the, like, influence that was on him. Again, that's how you just know it's like the people that are writing it don't actually know. And then people are going to be like, oh, but Cad, what do you mean? Druckmann wrote 2 and he also wrote 1. Druckmann didn't really write 1. Another writer at Naughty Dog wrote the first Last of Us. And I suspect that while Druckmann was credited as writing alongside her, that she was probably the one that handled the lion's share of it, especially the, like, character development and design. So she understood Joel and Ellie. Druckmann didn't. Druckmann basically just wanted to be edgy and take the characters in a different direction, and it destroyed them. That is the problem with it. I wanted Ellie to have a good story, but they destroyed her so utterly and completely. Yeah. Was it Bruce? Okay, sorry. I may be thinking, when I said her, I may be thinking of, was it the lady that wrote the Uncharted series that they also got rid of, I think? Yeah, that, I was going to say, that may be who I'm thinking of. Bruce is such a nice lady. I mean, maybe, right? Okay, wait, hold on. Why am I... Did I already do my blue apples? Yes. Okay. So, chat. I actually have been doing some of my strengthenings and interludes on the side on the new player account. It has been good. We've gotten Arash's upgrade done. We've gotten Nitocris's upgrade done. Amy Hennig is who you were thinking of. Yes, sorry. Uncharted 4, she wasn't able to finish and Neil took over. Yeah, and I have heard that Uncharted 4, like, I've heard that Uncharted 4 is not bad, but I've heard that it is not nearly as good as the rest of the series. Now, maybe that is me just, like, not knowing, because, again, I've never played the Uncharted series. I would love to, actually, someday, but I could also understand how, like, oh, I've heard that, and I'm like, then you tell me that it's like, oh yeah, Druckmann took over in the 4th game, and I'm like, well, that fits then, right? Because I don't think Druckmann's like bad at managing the studio and stuff as like the lead developer, but I think Druckmann's really bad from like a creative design and like writing standpoint. I think that's where you get into trouble, is when he is. It's kind of like the Lucas problem. It's like when you're surrounded by only yes men, it kind of can't go well. I heard he was terrible to work with, yeah. Then you do like 40 interludes. Actually, because I completed enough interludes, when I completed Arash's, I got 10 more courts. So this account's like at like 800 courts right now, which is kind of insane. We don't have his upgrades. I'm just gonna get rid of him. Sorry, I'm just thinking. It is a 1 out of 2. But she doesn't have enough charge. So we're gonna... Because Morgan only has like 30% charge herself. We're gonna let her get a little bit more there. This should be fine. As you said, he has agenda when he's writing. Yeah, I think that's just in general a problem. And like, to be fair, like, where's the fine line in like agenda versus like trying to just like infuse your story with like morals and values and stuff? Because I think you could argue it's like, oh, trying to like instill a moral of like let's say your moral is like don't trust strangers or something like that. It's like, maybe that is in and of itself an agenda. But I think like usually the difference between something like you'd have with like a fable, for instance, where it's trying to teach you a lesson or a moral, is that it's not trying to give you specifics. It's trying to give you a broad ideal of like, hey, stranger bad, be cautious. It's not trying to instead be like, oh, this particular viewpoint is the correct viewpoint. Which I think that's where like an agenda comes into play. It's like it gets preachy. It's trying to like tell you must believe this, as opposed to saying, hey, watch out for that. Like cautionary tales are, to me, a good example of what a lot of like fables really turn out to be. And I look at that and I go like, well, yeah, but they're not at all like, sorry, hold on. They're not at all like what you would imagine, like, say, an agenda laden writing to be. We're gonna go ahead and stun her. Gonna try to get that 80% arts crit there. The problem is that they ram it down your throat, right? And I think like with an agenda they do, as opposed to like, say, I should have popped the mystic code there. As opposed to like, say again, it's like if it's trying to teach you like a life lesson or a moral, it's like it's not necessarily preachy as it is just trying to like raise your awareness and like tell you that this is an issue, not how to like necessarily treat the issue. My opinion is the problem is they put their agenda ahead of good writing. Right. Yeah. Where it's like, I mean, I can't say that like for instance, if you go back and you look at like let's take like Aesop's fables or something, which are, you know, interesting in the fact that they are a little bit like on the darker end at times, but it is designed in such a way where it's like I'm sure the writer like had a goal in mind when he started writing, but he still tried to like flesh out the story and make it an interesting story. Why? Because it matters. If you want that like idea to land, you need to write it well so that people remember it. Whereas if you don't write it well, if you mess up the actual execution of it, people don't care. They don't want to hear it. And so then you end up with a problem. Okay, at least got me back to full, but all the buffs wore off. Yeah, at least have a Morgan triple buster chain here. Pretty much all we can ask for. Need to play the series of games. Still not played Nier. I like Nier. It is very atmospheric. It's very chill and very fun. I think the only thing is if you're not someone that's like a big fan of like, let's say like a visual novel where like things have multiple routes, you'll still enjoy it, but you may not like, if you're someone that's not going to actually sit down and play the alternate routes, you're not going to get nearly the amount of depth out of it. Because like, let's say a normal game is this long. Nier is like this long. And then 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 this long. So it's like, Nier is actually longer than a normal game. But you have to like do the alternate routes for it. So if you're not someone that's going to do the alternate routes, it may not be worth the cost of the game at that point. Like I'd maybe try to get it on like deep discount. Ooh, seed. Yes. More seed. Chat, me requires seed. A mere 26 endings. Yeah, and I think a lot of them are like variations, but yeah, so it's like it is a thing. There is a lot of depth to the game, even though doing like one particular run seems shorter. Neil's problem is that he lost his foil. There was another writer who worked with him in TLO. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's the same problem that like Lucas had with the prequels. And to be fair, I still like the prequels. But the issue that Lucas had is he had nobody there to tell him, hey, this is a bad idea. So because of that, he kind of ended up at a point where things just got like everything is his idea. There's no alternate viewpoint or like constructive criticism ever really thrown his way. So because of that, things could have been made better, but they weren't. And like that's one of the reasons why, as much as I like the prequels, I think like maybe the dialogue in particular is not that good at times. Like it's so much so that it's now like widely memed, but it's not necessarily as like impactful as it could have been if it had been like it. Like I've seen a lot of people over the years, they've blamed like the actors for it, and I'm like, that's not the actors' problem. The actors are not the reason that it's like not good dialogue. They executed their lines as best they could. Their lines just suck. The prequels suck. We wish someone else would make Star Wars. The monkey paw curls. You are not wrong. If I could go back and just be like, you know what? Lucas needs somebody there to help him. but I still want Lucas, I would take that in a heartbeat over Disney Star Wars. Disney Star Wars is so much worse, dude. Like, Disney Star Wars is still watchable, but it's the same problem of like, it feels like whoever's doing the writing and like production doesn't actually know or care about the lore. And because of that, it just feels so wrong at times. There's some times where like occasionally they get somebody that actually does care and they get a decent product. And then there's other times where it's like, oh my God, is like all that you know about Star Wars is that people have the Force and use lightsabers? Because you sit there and you go like, that's really dumb. And to use an example of this, in the Ahsoka live action series, they give the main character, at least who I consider to be the main character, which is not Ahsoka, instead of say Mary Sue type character, they end up giving her basically Jedi training, even though she is a Mandalorian. This is really weird because she is an existing character from Star Wars Rebels, and it is implied that she had had training before that point. I have watched all of Star Wars Rebels. She did not. So that shit that happened like off screen in between the two shows that they just wanted to make happen because somebody has to self-insert into that character. That's really all it is. And Mandalorians, especially in lore, did not like the Jedi. So they were very much at odds with the Jedi. So training one in the Jedi arts, not only would that kind of be sacrilege for a Jedi, it would also be something that a Mandalorian would like not really want to do. They might study the Jedi, they might learn from the Jedi, but they would not want to be taught by one. But Cad, you were the chosen one? I know. Mistakes were made when Disney became... Oh, when Star Wars became Disney Star Wars, yeah. And it's so sad because Disney has actually, like, all the capability in production to handle the series correctly. What is... The problem with Disney is not its capability. The problem with Disney is who is leading Disney. Who is making decisions for Disney. Like, Disney is rotten at the top. And so because of that, all the fruit that it bears are also rotten. I'm not that mad at the prequels, knowing that Lucas wanted Spielberg to be the director. To be fair, like, if Spielberg had directed Star Wars, it would still probably be better than at least like the Disney like sequels. Would it be better than the prequels we got? I don't know. The prequels have grown on me. Like, I really do like them. So it'd be different. Would it be better? I couldn't say. I think it would be better directed. It would be interesting from a movie standpoint. I don't know that it would be like better from a lore standpoint. But I think like the best thing would have been Lucas and Spielberg working together. Where like Spielberg directed and Lucas handled like the lore and overall flow. I think that would be pretty amazing. Like, that would actually be like a mashup basically of two of the best directors of our time in that regard. So, yeah, I'd love to see that. That'd be actually crazy. People with suits ruin Star Wars. Yes, but if I'm gonna give Lucas shit for anything, it's that he nominated Kathleen Kennedy to be who took over Star Wars for him while Disney had control of it. That is the one thing, because I think Lucas was pretty bitter and jaded when he sold Star Wars. And I'm gonna say that, like, at the end of the day, I low-key think that was a parting shot, because it is widely known that both Lucas and Spielberg did not think that highly of Kathleen Kennedy behind the scenes. So the fact that he nominated her to take over, or at least, like, even if he didn't, I actually don't know if he directly nominated her or not. But the fact that he didn't also, like, say no to Disney trying to make that happen and object to it, I have to give him the fault for that. Because I think that is a problem. Like, he needed to put his foot down and say, no Kathleen Kennedy. Because I do believe that is the most damaging thing that has happened to Star Wars. Because Kathleen Kennedy's ideas and ego are both fucking terrible. So I think it just gets in the way of having an actual, like, well-maintained IP. And we know this too, because not only have we seen her ideas in action, but that has always been the case. Because there's quotes from Spielberg about how they would have meetings on how the production for a movie should go. And Kathleen Kennedy would pitch in and say, like, dumbass shit. And Spielberg would tell her no and to basically shut up. Because she wouldn't stop. She would keep trying to push her idea. And he was like, yeah, no, she has no idea what she's doing. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, that has always been the case with her. That has never changed. It was the case back when she worked under Spielberg. It is the case now, still to this day. So I think that's always been an issue for her. And to be fair, that is not who you want, like, actually running your IP at that point. Okay. To be fair, I have to skip that one. Per stream rules. Hey, chat, let's go over Kondo. Isami Kondo. Chat, correct this for me because I did not get to ask Avalon about this, but I assume that the skill works in order of presentation here, where it is the NP gauge of Shinsengumi allies by 30%, then non-Shinsengumi by 10%, and then after that it changes everybody to Shinsengumi. So it's not like everybody gets the 30%. Because if it went in a different order, it would. Right, okay. I was going to say, usually how I read it is how the stuff goes, but different name. Because you gotta have faith. Yep. Let me double check Avalon's numbers. Duel's return from Tsushima? Nice. Yeah, admittedly, like, I would have looked into the game far more, but the drama basically prevented me from doing it. Like, because the drama was like, alright. Like, I don't know. Okay. Mr. Buble, is that you? Yes. I love how Twitch gives me suggested collabs now. And I'm like, you realize collabs don't happen like that. Like, you're not just going to randomly offer someone to collab that you've never talked to in the middle of your stream. Sorry I didn't see it, but Nully Boy and King Gil, thank you guys for the resubs as well. Appreciate you. All right, let's get started on Kondo. Let me put up the black box. Okay, let me turn this down a little, because I do feel like it's a little loud for some reason. My boy Kondo, yes. All right. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about JP's newest AoE saber, Kondo Isami. Now, Kondo is going to be a limited unit. He is going to be yet another AoE Arts saber as a 5-star. He is the second banner unit from the Guda Guda event here in year 10 of JP. And this is really interesting because Kondo is a unit, as far as we're concerned, character-wise, that people have been looking forward to for a long time. In fact, just Shinsengumi-wise, there has always within FGO been a parallel and comparison to the Gintama anime, where the Shinsengumi are very prominent. So it is very interesting to see that basically FGO is finally bringing him out. He's been a widely requested character for that reason, and it's interesting to see FGO's interpretation of this historical person compared to, say, like Gintama's, which is way more of a gorilla, like himbo type of character. This one is way more like Ikimen and just like badass is what they're going for. So really a cool version of Kondo here. But either way, Kondo is going to be a very strong unit. We're going to go over his kit for you guys here real quick, but just understand that you may or may not need him. If you're somebody that really likes the Shinsengumi and you're somebody that doesn't have a good AoE Art Saber, he's definitely a good option for you. But if you do already have other AoE Sabers, you probably don't need him. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. So let's go ahead. Let's start out with the stats. We'll go through everything, including his damage numbers, his refund numbers, kind of craft essence choices that'll work good with him, and even comparisons to other competition. But go ahead and begin. So start out with Kondo has 11.7k attack. He's going to end up with about 14.6k HP. These numbers are pretty okay. They're just kind of like solid numbers. They're not bad. They're not low. They're not appreciably very high. So there's not a whole lot to say about them. He's mana attribute. He has 98 star absorption, which is just ever so slightly less than class average. He has 9.9 star generation, which is right on the money. And his NP charge attack rate is actually pretty low at 0.35. This may be a little bit of a concern with him, but actually not really. And you'll see why in a minute. His MP charge defense is 3%, which is the standard. His death rate is 28%, which is just a little bit over the average. And his alignment is chaotic good. His gender is male. His basic traits are that he's costume owning, hominide, humanoid, loved one, riding, a normal servant, 7 knight servant, Shinsengumi, which you'll need to know for later, and weak to enemy Elish. His deck is double Buster, double Arts, and that is pretty much what we're going to be looking for due to his skill set. But it is at least interesting to see that he has 2 Buster cards as an Arts unit. It's definitely going to help him out in the damage department, but not necessarily in terms of like buff synergy with Arts supports and things like that. So basically here, we also end up having his hit counts. And his hit counts, at least with regards to his Arts card and his extra attack, are average. His singular quick card, though, is well above average at 5 hits. And his Buster cards are a little bit above average at 4. So it is interesting to see how they've kind of skewed this. I would have probably preferred the extra hit counts on the Arts card, but it is what it is. Taking a look at his active skills now and moving on to his proper kit, he has Ignore Invincibility for 3 turns. So because this, we're not going to need Invincibility pure CEs, he has an increase to his own attack for 3 turns, as well as an increase to his own critical damage for 3 turns. Both of those effects scale with the skill, and they are going to be up to 30% on a 6-turn cooldown. His second skill here is going to increase his Arts performance for 3 turns and his Buster performance for 3 turns by up to 30% as well. Also granting himself evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns, so it does give him a little bit of survivability. But usually with Arts units, we're not super concerned about survivability due to the plethora of supportive options and the fact that most of those support options actually do dabble a little bit in party-wide security. All of this on a 6-turn cooldown, so it's another very straightforward, very nice skill for him. Then we get to the third skill, and this is where things get a little bit interesting. He's going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns by an additional 20%. He's going to charge the NP gauge of Shinsengumi allies by up to 30%. From there, he will charge the NP gauge of non-Shinsengumi allies by 10%. So this would not include him since he has the Shinsengumi trait himself. But basically, anybody that's in the party alongside him, maybe supporting him, would get this. But after that, it will grant non-Shinsengumi allies the Shinsengumi trait for 5 turns. Unfortunately, this happens in the process after the charge goes out, but this is still really nice should you get back to the skill and have the opportunity to use it again, especially because this skill is on a shorter cooldown. If you were to combine this with a 5th append, it would get it all the way down to a 4-turn cooldown if it were lowered, and you probably will want to lower the skill just due to it being his own personal 30% charge. But still, really an interesting skill for how they've handled this one, and definitely one to keep an eye on. For passive skills, he gets Magic Resistance C, Writing C, and that's pretty much it. So there's not a whole lot more to write home about there. For appends, you would probably want the mana loading, but I'll be honest, it's actually not going to be that big of a deal unless you think you would need it for like minimalist support setups. Just say you don't want to use like double cast story and things like that. You just want to maybe get away with like, you know, some overflow charge going his way and him firing off 1 Noble Phantasm. That's actually how you would, you know, maybe find some use for mana loading. But you'll see why I'm going to talk about that in a minute when we get to the refund numbers. Still, things like the 4th append for some extra critical damage, the 5th append for, as we mentioned before, lowering the skill cooldown, and the 1st append for extra attack finesse can all be good. But the 3rd append in his case may actually be the best because this one is the anti-berserker attack damage aptitude. This will give him just a little bit more firepower against berserkers. It's not exactly required either, but you do have some decent synergy here. His Noble Phantasm is an AoE Arts 8-hit Noble Phantasm, and that is why his NP gain rate is kept fairly low. It will remove Shinsengumi allies debuffs activating first. So remember, after you press the third skill, everybody in the party is a Shinsengumi ally. So at that point, he's basically just a party-wide cleanse. He deals damage to all enemies. And then his overcharge effect is going to increase the quick arts and buster performance of Shinsengumi allies, including himself, for 3 turns. So this will scale as he loops through a node or against a similar set of enemies. This will make it quite a bit more powerful in that regard as he continues on. But it does start basically at only 10%. So if you do manage to get some overcharge or put him second in an MP sequence, you can get a little bit more firepower here. But remember, it is 3-turn duration. So even if you got like, you know, a little bit more overcharge, say in turn 1, it would still carry over all the way to turn 3. So still a really, really good idea to try to like get some sort of overcharge on him if you can without ruining the comp somehow. So again, just on paper, Kondo's very simple. So what's going to make him stand out? Well, his refund, actually. With just double Castoria, not even considering a third support, against even Berserker enemies, Kondo can, assuming he gets decent, like, overkill hits, full refund. Against anybody not a Berserker, so just like, you know, like neutral setup or better type of enemies, Kondo can get to 100% refund with only 2 overkill hits against 3 enemies. That's pretty much automatic. The problem you'll have is if you're maybe facing less than 2 enemies, because this means that Kondo's refund is actually really good. And we haven't seen a unit like this for arts in at least a hot second. Most of the time, arts units nowadays are designed almost similarly to how a lot of quick units are, where they're not necessarily meant to full refund. But Kondo is somebody that actually does appear to be that way. So on screen now, we have the charge breakdowns for various different comps. Kondo can work with basically neutral enemies in a 3-3-X type of setup. So that's 3 enemies in the first wave, 3 in the second. Who cares what's in the third? He can also work in a 2-2-X setup. So 2 enemies in the first wave, 2 in the second, and who cares what's in the third? So that means his refund is good enough that you can still kind of brute force him through some of these scenarios. And even against classes that are maybe not necessarily going to get the best refund, like Berserkers. So at the end of the day, you can make him work with things like double Castoria fairly easily. But you could also even step down, as you guys could see on the 4th comp there, with like basically mixed up supports and not necessarily having to like have a Castoria of your own. You could also just run double Castoria and something like a Mystic Code like you see in the 3rd option there, which definitely gives you some capability choices for how to work them. So in that regard, Kondo is a very good refunding unit. How does that translate into his damage though? And this is going to be the concern. So obviously for things like craft essence recommendations for Kondo, we are pretty much just going to be recommending as much firepower as you can get. So things like Black Grail are obviously going to be really nice, or some sort of equivalent to it. If you have to start with a 50% C, something like Ocean Flyer would be really good. But again, refund really shouldn't be your issue for Kondo. And he does have Invuln Pierce. So odds are you're not going to need some sort of like specialist C for most of the things that you do. But remember, Kondo himself does not have a niche. So for his actual raw damage numbers here, with no support from again, additional supports or anything like that against a neutral target, you guys can see his numbers are actually fairly pedestrian. They're not bad, but they are what they are. Because again, he is a limited 5-star. You're not necessarily going to have an easy time getting additional copies, but if you feel free to roll for them, you will definitely get a nice bump up in damage output, as you guys can see. But in a proper composition now, still against neutral enemies, but with actual like damage buffs coming in and things like the Mystic Code and Craft Essence as well being included, you guys can see his wave 1, wave 2 numbers there, not necessarily the best, but not bad. And then wave 3, you get a nice bump up there with the Oberon comp here to 308k. Now, this is an interesting number, and I want you guys to keep that in the back of your head because we're going to go through a little bit of his competition here. Muramasa is the elephant in the room when it comes to Kondo. Kondo is not a bad unit by any means, but Kondo does not have a niche, and Kondo quite literally is going up against a unit that is one of the best kits in the game, combined with they also just got a really nice NP interlude. So Muramasa hits like a Mack truck now. And performance is very similar to Kondo in waves 1 and 2 in that regard. So to me, if your choice between Muramasa and Kondo, the choice to me would be to go with Muramasa. But who knows? Maybe you prefer one unit over the other. It is what it is. I'm not going to say that, like, you know, Kondo is a bad unit by any stretch of the imagination. He's not. The issue is simply that Muramasa is very strong right now, and Muramasa always has had one of the better kits. So in that regard, I'm maybe a little bit disappointed with Kondo's release numbers here, but I also understand the idea here that it would be kind of difficult to have just buffed Muramasa and then have a new unit immediately surpass him. Takaru is a unit that'll actually be coming up here soon on NA for New Year's, but Takaru is also somebody that now, thanks to the Muramasa buff, probably could use some attention. Takaru's numbers are not bad. They're actually fairly similar to Kondo's in that regard, at least for the primary target. And you guys can see the difference there is that Takaru at least has niches to outscale someone like Kondo. So without those niches, they're very similar. They're pretty much neck and neck. Kondo having about like a 10 to 13k lead, and Takaru just having the niches where if even one of them comes into play, they're just gonna win against Kondo. So Takaru is definitely a really nice unit still, and also somebody that can sit there and black rail loop, but that is the common trend amongst all of these. And then last but not least, we have Saber Shiki, aka Void Shiki, who herself has had a ton of upgrades over the years, is now a capable black grail looper. You can almost automate it and not even necessarily care about how many enemies she's facing due to the sheer just charge at play here. But you guys can see her numbers also a little bit better than Kondo's, but still fairly in the ballpark. But the reason why I say this is because, again, most of these AoE Art Sabers are around that 300k mark. Muramasa is actually the outlier. Muramasa is the one at the 400k mark, and he still has technically the king niche there. So this does make it a little bit difficult to recommend Kondo out of the gate if all you care about is the gameplay performance. He is not a bad unit, but there is technically a decently higher damaging unit. There's somebody that basically is doing 25% more damage than him at functionally his best. So it is an interesting problem to have. But how do you guys feel about Kondo? Like, do you guys think he's actually worth? For me, I think if you don't have someone like Muramasa, this is still a really good pickup. But also at the same time, there are other options there for you, like Takaru or Shiki, that could also serve you well. So depending on your preference, you may want to go with one of them. Let me know what you guys think about him. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. And thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys for the next one. Okay. Hawk, thank you for the follow. Okay. He's got a catch 'em all for me, since, yeah, I mean, like, if you're someone that's gonna roll like all the Shinsengumi and you're a big fan of them, go for him, right? I'm not gonna say he's a bad unit. He's not. He's competitive with all the other sabers other than Muramasa's like pretty blatant like bump up. And that's why, like I said, it's like Muramasa's buff was really good, but I also like question what the devs were doing there, because they had relative parity, with Muramasa dealing less damage, but having still the best kit amongst them. And then they buffed Muramasa, and now he is head and shoulders above the rest of them. So it's like, I'm surprised they gave Muramasa like an actual MP interlude and didn't just like tweak one of his skills. But it is what it is. My night's going pretty good. How are you doing, Hop? Oh, sorry, I think I already asked you that. But welcome. Would you roll for Kondo if he was an Artoria face? Well, he's a he, but like, I mean, like, let's say it was like Arthur instead of Kondo. Would I roll? Yeah. Yeah. But that's also just because I love saber faces, right? And anything Arthurian at that point. So I guess that's just my bias creeping in. Like, you could ask me that of any question, and I would still say yes. When has gender stopped type moon? Indeed. What if he had a skin wearing an Artoria mask? Depending on how they did it, like if it were funny, yes. If it were like really poorly done, like that Okita skin for arcade where she just got dog ears and they looked so bad. No. I think Kondo giving the Shinsen Gumi buff is interesting. Yeah, I would like to see that for almost like the Nobus as well, but also simultaneously I'd like to see it for like the Artorias. I'd love to see like some sort of Artoria or some sort of Artoria support that changes everybody into Artorias. That would actually be hilarious to me. Or maybe even like just like a Knight of the Round. That would also be cool. It's like I'm deputizing you. Is this the same Kondo from the old Yamatai event or a different Kondo? The old Yamatai event was somebody posing as Kondo. It was not actually Kondo. Came across your content recently from FGO and it made me get back into the game again. Nice. Love your content, man. Keep it up. Thank you. And hello, Goof. How's it going? Random C drop from 90 note. Nice. I'm doing good, Spartan. How are you? It's a paper string mask with a picture of OG on it, smiling. I've been watching Critical Role lately, and I'm on the second campaign. And in the second campaign, so Critical Role is like a D&D group. Very, very popular D&D group. But one of the characters is a little goblin girl that is trying to blend in with halflings. So they just have this like porcelain mask that they put on to make it look like they are a halfling. Obviously, it does not fool like anybody really, but it is kind of a hilarious thing. So when you said like, oh, it's like a paper string mask, I'm like, it's exactly what I thought of. It's like, oh, it's like a porcelain, like shittily painted Artoria face. Kondo's MP is pretty cool though. It is. Like, I actually really like what they did with his MP. Similar deal. It's like makes me jealous because I'm like, oh man, like, can we get like some sort of like Artoria upgrade or something where it's like, oh yeah, you have like all the Knights of the Round like going after someone. That'd be really cool as well. Which, who knows? Maybe you get something like that for Agravane or something like that. It'd be fun, yeah. Make his Omni buff 20% to 40%. But for Kondo? I don't think Kondo needs to get like that much stronger. He just needs to probably be a little bit more competitive since he doesn't have a niche with Muramasa. Fantastic group and series it is. I'm really enjoying watching it. Reminds me of the Majora's Mask and Breath. Yes. The kind they sell in Japanese festivals. No, because those are artistic and actually look good. I'm thinking like a really shitty version of that. That could be Agravain's MP or Gareth's. Given who Agravain is, it would fit him more. But yeah. Be like a Final Fantasy VII night around. Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. It's like just some sort of like collaborative attack for all of them. It's like actually kind of insane that we don't get that for the Knights of the Round. We have more Shinsengumi than Knights of the Round now. Do we? Well, if you include maybe like all the versions of Okida? How's Yotei if you started playing? I have not yet. That is tonight, though. MASH sadly doesn't count. No, I think you have to count MASH. I mean, like, I can understand why you wouldn't, but I think you have to. I feel like we were a bit overdue for a new Artaria. Like I said, I'm hoping that like basically we're gonna get one with the ending sequence at this point. Where's our Sir stuck in a cube with Gray. Although it's technically not him. Just somebody that has his personality. It wasn't Kondo in the Yamatai event, right? Yeah, it's somebody that we thought might have been Kondo, but it was basically like wasn't it the leader of one of the other like groups instead? That's 9 Shinsengumias. Wait, what? I checked. MASH does have the Knight of the Round trait. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you don't have Galahad in the game. She is functionally Galahad, so I think you have to count that one. Yeah, I was gonna say let me pull this open. Shinsengumi, yes, yes, not actually, yes, yes, yes. This is a variant. Yes. 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 So I think you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 actual Shinsengumi here. Let's look at Knights of the Round. One, I won't count that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's leave that one up for right now. 6. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's me not duplicating anything, chat. And I could easily get into it. They're counting Merlin? Merlin is a knight of the round, functionally. Yeah. Even if you keep him out, he is still, like, right there. And that's also me keeping Mash out. Okay? Because, like, to me, I actually find it really weird that that Okitan has the Shinsengumi trait. Like, that is purely just because she is an Okita variant. But, like, she is absolutely, like, not cut from the same cloth in that regard. Yeah. So it's like, it's the same reason that, like, it's the same reason that you have, like MHXA and stuff having it. It's like, oh, she's actually a Dark Knight of the round from another universe. But yeah, it's a thing. But I mean, like, to me, there's several that are on the cusp. Like, you could include MASH. I also think you could low-key include Gray, because that is K. Technically. I also, like, don't think it'd be disingenuous to include, like, Laratoria or Arthur. Because they're, well, yes, they are variants from another, like, timeline, in effect. Personally, we summon as proper human history, yes. Part 2 MASH is Knight of the Round. So, the way Gray works, Gray has add. Add is a mystic code. Invented by Morgan. That has K's personality and houses Rongominiad. Any questions? Is it actually K? No, not really. But, like, it is actually, like, the closest thing we'll ever get to K. Probably. Does actual K show up in case files? That I actually don't know. I have not, like, read through all of case files. It would not surprise me if there was a flashback at some point. Is Gray human? Yes. Well, kind of. Hey, there is a little bit of additional features. She is human. There's just been some shit done to her. No, she is not a homunculus. I do want a real Sir K because that is hilarious. Yeah, Sir K was always, like, regarded to be just kind of an asshole. But, like he's an asshole in a good way. He's very sarcastic, very, like, skeptical, but very much, like, looking out for, like, his comrades. Gray is a lot like MASH. Yes. Isn't he basically the straight man of Type Moon Camelot? Yes, kind of. Like, he's probably the closest thing it has to it, but he doesn't actually exactly fit that niche. If that makes any sense. Chat. I'll be right back real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. Everyone is Shinsengumi and thus Roma? Yes. Okay. Is that not working? Trying to switch stuff over. Not working! That work? Okay. Oh, god damn it. Let's not show chat that. Oh, this game updated while I was in rest mode. Oh, hold on. Switch to the screen. Chat, how's volume? You have a login passcode? Yes, because kind of need one. Because I do get like game keys and stuff sometimes. So I believe it's a requirement for it. Okay, let's start Ghost of Tsushima. Just brightness until the wolf's eyes are barely visible. I think there. Twitch is doing gambling ads now. Oh, Twitch doesn't care. They just don't want you gambling. For those unafraid of death and brave enough to face considerable challenge. Death is always close at hand. A single sword strike is lethal. Oh no. Let's go hard. I don't want to go lethal. Not on a first playthrough. Chat, you guys want English dialogue with no subtitles? English dialogue with subtitles or Japanese dialogue with English subtitles? You can also do Kurosawa mode, but I don't feel like chat will appreciate that. Is lethal the hardest difficulty? Basically, yeah. A little loud, maybe. Really? Well, I'll say like let's JP whatever you want. Okay, we'll go with Japanese. Also, chat, let me know if it like starts like hitching or anything. Really? It died? I gotta find my charging cord. Is it this one? It is that, but that will also work. Oh, except that's a dual. Chicken tender on the. Sorry, I just have to unplug it from my PC and get it plugged into my PlayStation. My PlayStation 5. Really? Really? Like it actually gives me an orange light, so it's definitely like getting power, but it's like it's not paired. There we go. Okay. I had to like hold down the PlayStation button because I think it paired with my computer instead.
どう遊ぶおつもりで、斉藤様。
見せしめにする。
Cat, how's volume? Still too loud?
お詫びを申すぞ。お神の姫。
Sorry, I wanted to see if there was settings, but there's not. We'd seen the sub would be better. Yeah. We played the original Ghost in Japanese. It was really good. The guy voicing your uncle in Ghost of Tsushima is the voice actor for Iskandar. It was amazing. It's a little loud. Okay. think this is also just a loud part, because I have turned it down like twice.
怨霊のことは生前の母から聞かされた。仇を求めこの世を惑う。
But is it louder than me, chat?
俺は怨霊になった。忌まわしきあの夜に。それから本土へ。たった一人腹を空かせて。頼りもなく。
MC in Tsushima, Zora's V8, yeah, that too. It's really nice.
肌にあざができるたび燃える木を思い出すたび心は強く固くなになる。初めて人を切ったのは戦のさなか。名も知らぬ兵の血をおとうの刀に吸わせまくる。身内を殺したけどとも思いながら。16とその後故郷の蝦夷地。ようやく戻ると決めた。皆の仇を討つため。あの
Oh.
世で皆に会うため。妖帝6人衆は一人残らず殺す。まずは
We're going to Hokkaido. Wait, I thought this was supposed to be in mainland Japan. So I'm having to do this with like my controller.
Heavy. Oni.
Yeah. 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 Not the fox. The foxes were good in the first game. I feel like they're vastly oversimplifying kanji. Spooderman. Spooderman. Oh, Saito. Oh. Hey, chat, what was Jin's name in the first game? Like, I know it's Jin, but what was his family name? Was it Saito? Sakai, thank you. Yeah. Sakai Jin. Dogger? We're dogging? Can confirm. That is what Nico's teeth look like. I've come with my shamisen to kill you all. I wish to go in because I want some sake. I feel like there's not going to be anything out here, but I was going to say, the old habits die hard, so that was an invisible wall. So I guess Saito is who we're going after right here. Bro, the dude on the left looks like a hobo. Who throws a rock at a horse?
どうどういい子だ落ち着けすまねえなバカども
頭んとこへ連れてけ。気
の強い女が好きだなんだ殺しやがった。あの世で食いやがれ。
Okay, you've not told me how to do anything else yet. Okay.
蛇はあの中酔いつぶれてるはずだ
Okay, so that's like the step in.
斎藤様に乾杯。松前の手から蝦夷地を守ってくれ。乾杯。
You gonna burn him?
Hmm? なあ。キセルに火つけてくれ。
Yes, yes, she is. I can't pick that up. Oh, what? Okay. Okay. I died in the tutorial chat. I've got to get that like perfect block timing down. Wow, some of their hits are like super fast. Like, what is that? He's just like quick slaps. Holy shit. I'm expecting like more of a like broad-armed windup. Yeah, I can't let them get around me like that. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, the execute. Okay. This is on hard. Yeah, it's fine. Like, they're just staggering, so you don't ever get to kill anyone. Okay, I think I have it down. I'm trying, like, purposely not to heal, because I don't know if my healing is limited or not, but... I can't pick that up. That's not who I was targeting, but sure. The game's like, no, you're totally going after the shielded guy. And I'm like, no, I'm not. The camera angles are not doing me any favors right now. You attacked me through the other guy. Like, what? Hey, God, you guys just stagger constantly. Got him. Okay. Yeah, most of that was just me kind of like playing with it, trying to learn the timing, but they have like really fast attacks. That was just get through it at that point. Dame dane. Game looks good though. It is. So far.
シラフの時に挑もうとは思わなかったのか
Oh, what?
ずっと夢に見てきたんだろう
Oh, I'm a kid now. I don't know how he got something through there, but... What? Did that man just pocket sand me? Yo? Dogger helping out? Oh, bullshit, dude. I released that the second he, like, twitched. Oh, what? Game, you... Okay. I was gonna say, it's like, you can't do that to me. You can't just throw a mechanic I haven't seen at me as the last strike. What? Oh. Okay. I was gonna say. Was that the, like, you have to, like, perfect time it indicator, chat? That's the charge strike counter. Okay. What was charge strike again? It's been a hot second since I played Ghost. Hold triangle, okay. Hold up to win. Only 5 left. Yeah, but we gotta roll credits now. The Protag's dead.
死んだのに。
Okay. That's cool. I like that. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, though. You ain't walking away with that wound. Nor are you riding a horse. Also, Chad, isn't an Onryo a... Yeah, I was gonna say, like a ghost or a malevolent spirit? I mean, the horse could have at least kicked that dude for us. Ain't no way you riding on a horse with that wound. Like, because riding on a horse takes, like, your legs and your abs. She got stabbed in the abdomen, so she's like, "Ah," every time that horse, like, takes a step. She must be needed elsewhere. Yeah, her people need her, even though they're all dead. Okay, I can control it. Hey chat, it's Mount Fuji.
Yotei 6人衆はどこにいるんだろうな。懐かしい。あの宿で斎藤たちの居所が知れるかもな。あの木の下で育った。浦島太郎にでもなっちまった気分だ。羊蹄山。
Mount
未踏の達
Yotei?
人が
Okay.
隠れ住んでるって噂を聞いたことがある。
I guess it's not Mount Fuji?
戻るとするか。あの忌まわしき家に。
I wonder if I'm gonna get a bow in this game. Oh, right, I get stick drift with this controller. Home. ET phone home.
我が暦定め進め果てしなく我が子よさまよへ進め果てしなく邪魔だわジューベ逃げちょし
Damn, what the fuck, Jubei?
やったなぼーっとしてっからだ
Gonna kick your ass,
おい
Jubei!
待て京門音を止めてくれよ
俺の助けはいらんらに
とっ捕まえてやるほれどうしたアツ稽古はちっと待っててくれよ
How do I capture him?
諦めるけまだだ勝った勝負の続きは稽古場でな後でな稽古があるさお母と
Mom, teach me to play banjo.
お母の三味線寂しそうだな
もういくつこ
Damn, that's, I was gonna say, that's not Mom. Hi, Mom.
三味線の稽古するけする
Yeah, why is Mom hotter?
指を糸に滑らせて糸がいい音を出したら押さえろ
Broke it.
そうそのまま知ってる歌だろ糸がいい音を出したら押さえろしな美しいら竿をもっと軽く握れしこうけ
That's Firuzai.
ほれ次はその音を体で感じてみるし
I get it, game, but you're not like controlling very well.
互いが分かったけ
No. No, I don't feel the difference. The trackpad's like too small for this. Or it needed like the sensitivity adjust by like 20%. Also playing through my controller.
俺のお母からもらったもんさこれを弾くとお母が聞いてくれてる風に乗ってそう感じるさでも本当に聞こえるんずらかだって死んでるし歌にはこの世を超える力があるだよあの世の人にも語りかけられるっちゅうこほんでアツの歌を聞く
I wonder how they're gonna change that when it comes to
ここで
PC.
も
Yeah, that'll be interesting. They'll probably just like put it on a scale and make you like play it that way. It's like, I'll be honest, like motion controls are kind of stupid in that regard. You absolutely don't need them in a game, but they're added for like the novelty of it. And you know, to a degree, they're fun. But like playing on PC, oh no, I don't have motion controls. Oh well, like. Okay. I gotta find a memory of my dad.
思い出した。ここで刀を鍛えられる。鉄さえあれば。
アツ、お前が三味線弾いてとか。
お母と違って俺は楽器に向いてねえさ。
なんかぶったたこうがいいか。
そうさ。
Not very ladylike. Oh, I'm gonna break my controller, chat.
ねえな。あれ、ちょっと見てみ。
Oh yeah!
曲がってる。
片一方ばっかり鍛えんだよ。もう片方も叩くだぞ。
あ
伸びんど。
日膨れしたことあるけ？
こりゃあるわ。忘れられんだわ、あの痛みは。
Oh man, beating it makes it longer. Okay, so now I gotta like I gotta flip it. Okay, now it's hard. The metal's too cold. I guess I gotta really heat it. Okay, I didn't know what the goal there was. I was just beating my rod, trying to make it as hard as possible and as long as possible.
見て。この子らには早くないけ？
平気。
まあ思い返せば今までの鍛錬ちのはこのためだ。
I just want to know why. Like, the parents look decent. Why do the kids look so ugly?
この唾。
よくわかったな。双子の狼だ。
Where's the option to make it not do that? Yeah.
持っていいけ？
もういいの？触れるようになったらな。しとこう。おいじゃあいかだ。狼ども稽古するぞ。
アツ、コン。
Oh, why would I want to switch back? That's so weird. Train your brother.
あつらに喜ぶらに。
アツらじゃなくておまんざら。
今日は基本からやらだ。
どういで？
新鉄のねえ刀すぐ折れちもうからな。
俺は基本でいい。
何を言ってるで？
ほいじゃ並べ。守りから始めるぞ。
守りはもうできるさよ。
本当にそうか？
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know.
撃ってみ。
Hit your sister? Damn.
よし、よく見てたな。
See.
当たった。次は崩してやら。
いいぞ、アツ。
やるじゃん。
基本は大事ずら。よし、十兵衛交代。次はアツに打たしてやってくれよ。アツ、守りを崩してみ。
ぶったたいてやる。見てろし。
なんでそんな強力なんだ。
家事を手伝ってるからだ。てめえもやるし。
じゃあ次は機械を待つ稽古だ。じっと教えとくだぞ。
音ない俺ん方見るだ。
そりゃおめえが暴れ馬みてえだからだ。
馬みてえな匂いのくせに。
黙れ。次は受け流しの稽古だ。始め。 よし守りが崩れた。そのまま攻めてみ。
遅えな。
ちと遅えの。おしうまいぞ。公式打ってやれ。お前器用だな。
What? Gay, why did I break off into a sprint?
10名のやつ気合い入れてるぞ。次の攻めは受け流せ。
いて。
まあ次に決まればいい。
おっと。
残念だったな。もう一度だ。
Yeah, my character, like, because I just accidentally depressed the left trigger.
攻め続けてくる相手もいるから油断すんな。
それも受け流しゃいいじゃん。
隙が生まれるまで待って切りかかれ。圧やってみ。よし、その調子。油断すんな。よし、お前も攻めろ。いいぞ、全て受け流せ。隙が見えるまで受け流しを続けろ。守りも受け流しもできん攻めっちゅうのがある。10兵衛、お前思い切り圧を打て。圧、お前受けるだぞ。痛みから逃れるにはその場から去るほかねえ時もあるけん覚えとくだぞ。
音は身をもって知ってるさ。
How's the game? Good so far. How you doing, Fox?
お前やるな、逃げ上手だ。
たまたまずら。
明日痛みが来そうだ。
もう痛えさ。
動くなよ。本当に狼みてえだ。
痛みは気がそれる一因になる。ぐっと気合い入れて痛みのことは忘れろ。
I like how they teach you how to fight now after you already had to learn how to fight. So technically that's all behind Aurelia, chat. I'm sorry about that. See what we can do about that for the next stream.
なら二人ともいよいよ力比べするか。
やった、待ってた。
一本でも多く打った方に有限の魚を増やしてやる。始め。
魚は俺のもんだ。
てめえは骨でおしゃぶってろし。今夜は腹が減るだな。
圧。
みんながいりゃ怖いもんなしじゃんね。
Damn. Just bodied him. I was thinking about picking this up, but might play Tsushima again. Yeah, I was on the fence about it due to some of like the drama surrounding the game. I ended up getting the key for free. So that kind of erased any doubt for me because I was probably going to wait for like a PC release for this one. But it's good so far. I think I already liked the story at least a little bit. I'm worried about the vengeance theme of it. I don't want it to turn into The Last of Us 2, but... But I can only count to 4. And have you considered revenge bad? Apparently not. We already nearly died. But, you know, revenge. Wait, all her family died? I assume so? I think it's heavily implied that dad and mom did. I don't know that brother's been mentioned yet. Like that cutscene was basically the first time I knew I had a brother. It reminds me of Wonder Woman from that Suicide Kills the Justice League game. Yeah, I actually don't think the main character looks very attractive. It's not a huge problem, but like it is a concern when I see a game do something like that. Is like, again, like is this like they're trying to push some agenda or some shit? Because already you have a like female protagonist in a game in a setting where it's like it probably should be a male, but we'll see. We'll see how they handle it. Ooh, money. I can rob my old house.
絵筆だ。弟に連れられて絵を描きに出かけた。ここから西にある小さな島にも行ったな。
Okay, so I've got a map marker there. Okay, secluded cabin. Let's just binoculars everything.
Okano Toro.
That may have been the thing that I already saw in the distance. Oh, yo, the bamboo slashing is back. She looks very much like the English VA, yeah. Oh, shit. Ah! You have to do it so fast. I was so close there. Almost had it in time. Really? Okay. God. Like, you have to actually input everything before she finishes the cut. It's kind of rough. Especially because that was a relatively easy combo. Lake Shikotsu. The gold ginkgo leaf represents Atsu's hunt. Pick up these locations to track down the Yotei 6. So that can't, like, obviously the story is going to have to advance beyond this, because there's no way it's like, oh, just find the Yotei 6.
二人してどういで突っ立ってるで。
山見てるだわ。
羊蹄山の頂、昔弟言ったさ。その道中に小さなイチョウの木があったね。おまんらがまだ腹ん中にいた頃だ。
山頂に着いた時、お母の足がすっかり腫れてな。草履を脱げんかったほどだ。
どういであの山を登ったさ。
山頂には神社が立ってるだ。
お母は歌を捧げて、俺は金槌と筆を備えた。
それから篤と十兵衛のために神主様から呉服をもらっただ。
見せてくれよ。
いや、呉服は社に預けてあるだわ。
おまんらが大きくなったら自分らの足で山頂まで登ってあの呉服を受け取ってほしくてね。
Yeah? Is this like a different time that I've gone back to?
夕飯はクジラ汁だと。ほとんど野菜だけど。
Whale soup? I want whale soup. Is that a soup for whales or a soup made of whales? That's cannibalism, right? Let's just explore here. Can I steal anything from Dad's forge? No.
どういで銭を埋めてるで。
大声出しちゃ銭を貯めていつか鎧を買うだ。
Yeah, but Jubei, you suck. I'm better than you.
内緒だぞ。
もし弟にバレたら小言を言われるら。
俺が立派な侍になりゃ文句は言われねえはずだ。
侍がダメなんだっちこん。
どうしてだよ。エゾッチの人を守りてえだけだわ。
分かった。早くしろし。弟が帰ってくるら。今日馬屋に連れてってくれるってさ。
おめえが連れてけって騒いだからずら。
Ocean is just big soup. True. You ever taken a sip of the ocean? You know, just to like taste test it. Damn. I can't even do this on my own. I'm too young. Oh no. I have to stack them in order of size, don't I?
俺がそれを崩す。いいぞ。羊蹄山より高くするとか抜かしてたな。わらべには重いな。十兵衛見たか。
Okay, now I want to knock him down. Wait, like, what was the point of that? I mean, I got some dialogue, but like, I thought that was like gonna trigger a memory or something. Gain from defeating Saito outlaws, Oni Raiders, 9 tails. Trade blades and deal more damage. Okay. Well, I guess that means Jubei died, chat. Because we just stole Jubei's stash. Can I, like, not cut that? Hey. Game, like, purposefully making me... Okay, I was gonna say. We're up against Naruto, yep. Boy, I'm so glad I pulled weeds from the place that I will probably never use unless I get to fix this up. It's an interesting hop animation. You said you thought you saw a prompt here? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Probably to reshuffle them, maybe, yeah. I mean, I have no idea if there was an actual order to it or not. This is a home of a traitor to Lord Saito. The coward betrayed his lord and his family paid the price. Their spirits now curse this land and anyone who walks here. Let the night of the burning tree serve as a warning. Disloyalty will be answered in blood. The Yotei 6. Okay, so is there like anything else for me to do here? I don't think there is. Where's my horse? Horse! That's a lot of horse. Hello, how do you do, fellow horse? Is this the Uma Musume? No, I'm faster! No! Do I have to, like, stay with them or something? Off to the glue factory I go. No! I got young bamboo, chat. Damn. They killed the horse. Explosive and fire ammo when camping. Unlocked a new attire. Yo? Face improvement? Am I gonna get, like, more people? Or am I gonna get more wolves? say that's gonna be a armor dies. Ooh. Okay.
私の名は月初、仏に仕える身だ。己を顧みる場所を探して道を求める者らのために地蔵が置かれているという。
その地蔵覚えがある。父が百姓に手を貸してどこかに一体置いてた。
おや、蝦夷地のものだったか。その地蔵を探す間、友をしてもらえないか。手がかりを見つけられるかもしれない。
坊主を一人この土地に置き去りにするのはさすがに気が引ける。
引き受けてくれるのだな。では出発しよ
う。あの地蔵、てめえにとってよほど大事なのか？
あまたの浪人が蝦夷地を目指していると聞いて、この地で平和に暮らす者らの妨げになるのではと案じてしまってな。わしならば浪人どもを解き伏せられるはずだ。
Is this the new version of the fox thing? Because I would prefer following a fox than a bald monk. Like, just saying.
Yotei しばし立ち止まり、己を見つめてみよう。自分が何者だったのか、何者になりたいのか。
Okay. Well, this is already better than Assassin's Creed Shadows, where you could originally destroy the shrines. In this one, you're actually reverent to them. Use a technique to learn. Ooh, okay. So what's like revenge got? So we could throw weapons, so I could learn improved weapon throw. Inflict increased regular damage and stagger damage. Horse, so I could have improved horse boost. Okay. Heshio Ridge. Heavenly Slash, a fast, unblockable attack that interrupts enemies and inflicts extra damage against staggered enemies. Oh, but it costs spirit. So that spirit's what it's like your gauge that you also use to heal. Yaido. That's what I was trying to pull off several times. Two lightning fast strikes from Yaido that interrupt enemies. Okay, so that just makes the Yaido even better. Ice Storm. Okay. Lightning Storm. I can't tell if that's like all part of the sequence that it's displaying or if that's like they're attacking after the fact. That's just all around probably good. Okay, and then Onryo. Disarm counter. Jump kick. Interesting. Large brute enemies would be a good one. Assassinate enemy leaders? What? And extinguish fire. Probably one I need to learn. Slow time and perform a deadly counterattack. Block projectiles is a really nice one. What? Revive yourself when down. Cost 4 spirit though. So there is ranged. There's definitely a bow. There's a mention of guns when you got that copper earlier. Yeah. Well, that's like, I figured a gun because they had already kind of showcased it. I'm glad that there is a bow at least. Yeah, we're gonna grab that first. Oh, so I just basically altars are gonna be how I get more skills. And I assume that is gated by your area.
わしの人生にお主が関わってくれてよかった。おい、そこにいるのは誰だ？じいさんと女のようだが。
How do you know I'm a woman? You can't see my face.
後ろに下がれ。
この者どもにこそ己の身を顧みて欲しかったのだが。
Okay.
お主を信じたことだけは正しかった。さあ、これは礼として受け取ってくれ。
I don't know what that was, but the dog bailed me out.
あれは大事なものだ。
では、地図師のイサブローにも一言伝えておいて。
I'll get to a point where eventually, like, I can just parry everything. But this game does have a learning curve in that regard. I remember having it with the first one.
もちろん、斎藤の手下に宿が乗っ取られる前の話だが。
心得ておこ
う。ではまたな、流浪人よ。
てめえも二度と道に迷うなよ。
Can I loot any of you? No? No prompts? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, I was thinking it was circle, but circle gets you down from the mount. Hello?
面倒事はごめんだよ。
こちらもだ、西パ。
和人が我らの言葉を知っているとは。
困った時はアイヌを頼れと父に言われてた。この地を誰よりも知ってるからと。
ここはもともと我らの大地だからな。気分を害してしまったのなら失礼。近頃この辺りは何とも物騒になってきてね。さあ、座って。ちょうど飯の支度ができたところだ。
Do I just get a free meal for this? Can't cook, no food. Damn.
面倒事があったのか。
どこへ行ってもみんな戦ってばかりだ。海の向こうから来た浪人、妖帝六人衆、松前の侍も。
取引はできるのか。
どうぞ。
Armor dies. Undiscovered armor, undiscovered armor, undiscovered armor, Okay, so they only sell specific dyes for specific pieces. That I don't like. I wish it was instead like you unlocked a color or a pattern, and you could apply it to, like, you know, applicable pieces, I guess. Hermit's defense hat. Thoughts on the road hat. It's not a hat. It's a do-rag. Piece of the grasslands. Weaver's hope. Masks? I can't see the mask. Ah, the horn stubbornness mask. I can become the beetle warrior. Bow upgrades that can be crafted for ammo. Okay. Actually, yeah, what can I sell you? Fish, mushrooms, wineberry, black powder.
Matsumae藩と取引を続けているのか。
言ってみれば助け合う仲ではあるからな。だが近頃は殺気立っているようだ。
Things have been shit lately.
関所の門を閉ざした斎藤との戦に備えているらしい。それに江戸の幕府が我らの交易路を狙っているという噂もある。
本土は戦で大きく変わったからな。妖帝六人衆のことを知ってるか。
共に松前藩に抗おうとアイヌの長に話を持ちかけたが断られたと聞いた。我らはよそ者を拒まない。だが争いたくもないんだ。
それで斎藤はなんて。
気に食わんと。奴らと我らは水と油。仲間たちは面倒事を避けてここから遠くへ行ってしまった。
Play the shamisen. Okay, I only know one song. Is this gonna be like for a set duration? Or is this just gonna keep going until I change the song? Cause like I'm at least like a little worried that this will just loop. Okay, good. I was like
その姿、風の女神であるピカタカムイを思い起こしてしまうな。
The Golden Kamui?
見るのもはばかられるほど有限で、海へと届く風も巻き起こす。 しかしその風は嵐へと変わり、周りのものを壊してしまったそうな。
強そうなカムイだ。
最後には吹き飛ばした報いを受けてしまうがな。
やらねばならねえ時もある。
Can't cook. Can't talk.
そろそろ行く。
Leave camp.
我らも支度せねば。夏の間は山向こうのコタンで過ごす。これからは大沼の先の伏ココタンへ移る。この地を生き抜くための道具が欲しくなった折はそこに寄っていくといい。
覚えておこう。達者でな。
Is that like a card or something that I'm getting? I knew it was gonna make me do this. Wait, what? Okay. Kind of annoying. Okay, that would have helped if they had explained that. Aim for the balls is 10 out of 10 general advice. Yeah, like, it didn't make it clear that I needed to, like, do that slowly. Who the fuck are you? And what did you do to my horse?
六人衆を探してる。何か知ってるか？
何を知りたい？
松前の考えは？
奴らは食わせ者の下道ども。蝦夷地を治めた気でいる。全員が斎藤の言いなりだ。斎藤を蝦夷の将軍と呼ぶアホどもよ。
狐のことで知ってることは？
手塩ヶ丘を知り尽くす影か。どこにでも目を光らせているらしい。手塩ヶ丘では行方知れずが幾人もいる。
Okay.
いずれ確かめてみよ
う。Wait, that's all I can't ask him anything else.
う。斎藤の手勢には近寄るな。関わってもいいことがね。
I wonder if we'll see Jin. I think this is like 300 years after Ghost of Tsushima. Guess I'm dead. Wonder if you can beat him. Probably not. Well, I thought I was sleeping until morning. But I guess not. I do like that you can just like gather stuff from horseback. There's such a like nice quality of life that this game kind of started. And I'm happy to see its return. Something tells me I'm gonna need a whole lot of bamboo for upgrades. How's Ghost of Yotei? It's pretty good so far, at least. Might have to fight all these people, because holy shit. Also, Chaz, is there a way to save the game? Is it just save when I camp?
迷子か？昔馴染みを探してる。妖帝六人衆。
つまみ出せ。
Damn. Wild Wild West vibe. You sort of, a lot of like samurai movies were modeled after like spaghetti westerns.
De, 妖帝六人衆は俺の首にいくら出す？
Do you have a like normal attack? Oh my god. No, no, stick drift. Fuck off. The fuck was that? Yeah, part of it is just like I'm also having to like worry about stick drift happening, my camera just taking off in like a random direction. So because of that, so I guess they're terrified? What? Bro, what? Bro, stop! Like, can you just do anything other than your, like, lunge attack? What am I supposed to do there? God damn! It's bad enough that I'm basically fighting the controller again. Okay. Hey, see what I mean? Dude, camera! Fuck off! Camera, please! Hey. Yes, thank you. Dude, I cannot see when you do that to me, game. Holy shit! God, I fucking hate the PlayStation 5 controller. It is so ass. It is easily the worst controller I've ever used because of this issue. Weird ass camera angles. It's not camera angles. It's stick drift on the camera stick. So it just like shoots the camera up to the worst possible angle it can. Have I tried? Yeah, I've tried like cleaning it. I've tried disassembling it. Nothing works. The PlayStation 5 controller is just bad. It's the unfortunate issue with it. But like it gives you frustration. It's not like it's the game's fault. It's purely the controller's fault for that. Time to mod the controller? No, I mean, this is why, like, when I'm playing on PC, I use my PlayStation 4. Because it is actually built better and, frankly, easier to use. Like, it sits in my hand better, it's more ergonomic, it's not even as heavy, and it's actually built better.
Yeah, こっちがお前さんに借りを作ったようなもんだしな。
では六人衆の噂話で返してくれ。
で、何を知りたい？
斎藤兄弟については。
斎藤の息子たちか。二人とも鉄砲の腕は抜きん出てるが、似てるところはそれくらいだ。聞いた話じゃ、十勝ヶ峰の侍と因縁があるらしい。大立ちの達人だ。
大立ちの達人か。
An Odachi master.
会いに行ってもいい。
Dude, I hope I can learn Odachi in this game. That'd be great. Are you sure yours isn't faulty? No. Let me be clear. 100% it's my controller. 100%. But it is just an issue with a lot of modern controllers. They don't build sticks like they used to. And so because of that, like, sometimes a controller will get stick drift. And once it does, it's... See? So like to show you guys an example of what's happening, right? Let's say I have the camera held like at a reasonable angle like this. I'm just gonna let go. And now it won't happen. Let's walk around. Still not pressing it. Is it actually not gonna do it now? The second I go to demonstrate it, it's not gonna do it. It fixed itself. But now it's like, I'm a little bit worried. It's like if I even touch the camera stick again, it's going to do it again. Like, let's do that. Yeah. See? Not pressing it, but you can see the camera just keeps going up. That's purely because of this. Like that, it's not the game. Maybe time for a new controller. While I would agree, I absolutely despise the PlayStation 5 controller, and I don't really want to pay for another one. It's only an issue with PlayStation 5 games.
音量にもってこいの弓があんのに極上ものやでそうか見せてくれそうこだなうちはラン覚えとき
I miss the days when only Nintendo had stick drift. Yeah. My understanding is it's basically just because they like kind of skimped out. Medium bow with moderate range and draw speed. Guess we get this one. Hunky. I have 6 arrows. Silk fibers. For armor. Interesting. Okay, that's all she has.
昔は斎藤につこうかって考えてて商売になると思ってななんでやめた 職人や家事師たちを休みなく働かせ始めたからや。一文も払わんと。奴に目に物見せたって。
Yeah, unfortunately, these controllers are not cheap, so that is one of the other reasons. I actually, in a weird way, I feel like you might be better if you could find like an aftermarket controller or something. Okay, so is there like nothing else to do in this place? Where we already were. Yeah. Don't see anything else. Yeah, see, there you go. There goes the stick drift.
待て、流浪人。宣告、この宿にて騒ぎがあったとの知らせを受けてな。
収めておいた。
我らは斎藤とその手下を打つ役目を仰せつかっておる。
大層なこった。
文をわきまえろよ。
Why do you have the clan mon of
お
the
侍様。
cicada?
それと姉さん、めでてえじゃねえですか。斎藤の犬どもが富士宮から消えたんだ。せいせいしたってもんでさ。ねえ。
Wonder if they're like an offshoot of the cicada.
今日がそがれた。飲まんとやってられん。
Eh?
ヤウンの尻は様々な恵みをもたらすんだ。見てくれ。旅の道中しっかり食べるんだぞ。
So it looks like once you maybe like so it's it's kind of like I cleared an area. And so now like people are here instead.
どうです？稼げる話がありやすぜ。あっしは小次郎。人と人を刃で結ぶのが
Is your first name or last name
依
Sasaki?
頼元が松前だろうが妖帝六人衆だろうが賞金をかけりゃあっしが手配書きを用意するんでさ。
八方にこびる世話人か。危ねえ橋を渡る。
Yeah, like for comparison, my PlayStation 4 controller has seen so much use that the left joystick is actually splitting. Like I have beaten this controller to hell and back, and it still works perfectly fine. This controller, I'll be honest, I've barely used my PlayStation 5 controller. Cowardly woman who murdered the snake after poisoning his sake. Do not believe the rumor. She is no Onryo. She is flesh and blood. So this is me. That doesn't lead me anywhere. That's weird. But I guess if I take the bounty, no one else can? Iron sand. I was gonna say that's basically iron. At least in ancient Japan.
みんな地図ば欲しがっとる。お上はもちろん商人さえも。
その道具、絵師なのか？
いえ違うとです。恋は地図ば書くための問題。
Hey, it's profit.
本土にとって謎の大勝ち。幕府はそういば改めるち。
戦の下調べというわけか。
いや、おいはただの地図師。ある漁師に茶葉こぼしてここん送られただけだい。こん偏僻か土地に。
その偏僻な土地も時が経って様変わりした。月将に聞いてきた。地図師が役に立つだろうと。
月将は無事とですか。ああ、よかった。大も信じるなち言い聞かせとったとばって。
This game is aesthetic as fuck.
さあさあどうぞ。お好きな地図は少し銭ばいただければ書き写しますけん。恋もご縁でしょう。切ったはったに及ぶコツもなか。やろ？
そういうことにしておこう。
I don't know if I need to buy these.
さてどうするか。
Like I feel like I don't want to yet. Plum crane?
Yosh, いい子だ。
馬の扱いに慣れてるね。
本土では馬屋版だった。
私も馬になれようとしてる。
They just reveal parts of the
あんた
map.
たちが
Yeah.
ヤウンモシリに連れてきてからね。
人より静かでいいだろう。匂いだっていい。
あんた馬と気が合うんだね。ここでは珍しく革を扱ってるよ。この子に合う蔵を作ってるんだ。
いい出来栄えだ。これ売ってるのか？
そうさ。
Saddles. Okay.
細かいところまで練られてるな。
今度フシココタンに寄ってきな。名寄ヶ沢にある愛してやまない馬のこと語り合いたいからさ。
そうだな。
That's a big ass poppy field.
さあ行け。
旅の方。
六人衆を追ってる。何か知ってるか？
どんなことを知りたいんだ？
鬼のことを聞きたい。
石狩ヶ原の城に居座ってる。あいつはまともじゃねえ。火に取りつかれてるって噂だ。松前藩と真っ向からやり合ってる。もう何人も焼き殺してるよ。
変わっちゃいねえらしい。
Okay. I probably want to hunt at some point just so I can get some quote-unquote food. Yes, a swamp. Because this looks like a swamp.
懐かしいな。ここらによく鶴が集まってた。
It's gonna be a haiku place?
一筆一筆に命を宿せ。お父が言ってたな。
So this is... I guess instead of writing haiku, we'll be painting in this game. Fine. Channel your inner Hoku. I see. The headband of loss. You can... The snake is the first one I killed. Gonna die lone wolf. Oh, you can die the shamisen. I don't remember if koi is the word for like come, or if it's like koi is the name of her horse.
Yotei 6人衆のことを嗅ぎ回っているそうだな。
わざわざ居所を教えに来たのか？
その首にかかった賞金もらい受ける。
褒美が欲しけりゃかかってきな。
くらえ。
Yeah, you can't counter my ultimate technique.
Sa, 話を聞かせてもらうぞ。いいな。鬼について知ってることは？
あいつは石狩ヶ原の荒神だ。
No, the reward I got was for that.
槍の達人、高橋って野郎が抗ったと聞いたが、今は海沿いの島に身を潜めてる。
では狐は？
狐のあやかしだと聞いた。手塩ヶ丘の雪山に潜んでる。誰も彼もが恐れてる。あの鎖釜の達人、榎本を除いてな。フクロウ山からほとんど出てこねえが。
Owl Mountain。
竜と雲についてはどうだ？
斎藤の息子たちだ。火薬と銃に目がないろくでなしども。十勝ヶ峰にいる大立ち使いを狙ってるらし
い。よし、もう一つ聞きたい。
Usarigama. So the sickle and chain, the Yari, the Odachi. I want the Odachi.
竜と雲の兄弟は大立ちの達人を狙ってるのか？
吉田って野郎だ。道場で弟子どもを鍛えてる。十勝ヶ峰の幌猿の滝の近くだ。お前ら二人とも斎藤兄弟に撃たれちまえ。
それはどうかな。
What was the point of holding him at sword point if he was just gonna die anyways?
行くぞ。
行くぞ、ドンスタリン。
よし。
What is that? What is that? Yokai Inspo. One thing I don't know is I don't know if like the gear actually does anything in that regard, or if it is purely aesthetic. Sorry, I keep hitting up on the D-pad.
あの二頭の達人、今も羊蹄山にいるのか。
西郷様、この刀をお納めください。いや、こんなんじゃダメだ。お主も剣士か。拙者の名は万十郎。人呼んで蝦夷地の熊。
Okay.
えらく威勢がいいな。蝦夷地の熊。万十郎とやら。
見ておれ。今は百姓のような身なりをしているが、じきに斎藤様の大軍に名を連ねる身よ。斎藤様に抱えてもらい、立派な侍になるのだ。
斎藤に取り入ったところで使い捨てにされるだけだぞ。
斎藤様のご意向を侮辱するとは何たる。
Them's fighting words.
刀を抜け。拙者と勝負しろ。
There it is.
ならかかってこい。
Well, he was not difficult.
もう十分だろ。
いっそ切ってくれ。侍として死ぬなら本望。
侍とて小物に負けることはあるもんだ。さあ立て、名が泣いてるぞ。蝦夷地の熊だろ、万十郎。
俺は。
Bro just ran. Like, I guess I don't know what I got for that. There's not anything here at his camp. Just beat up some poor kid for no friggin' reason. A sense of pride and accomplishment. I do feel prideful and accomplished.
Yokita. 筋つあればまた運び入れられる。
これ以上の妨げは困るな。浪人だな。仕事を受けるか。
こんな流れ者にお侍が声をかけるとは。
のっぴき並んでな。
それに蝦夷地のためだ。
何やら邪魔されてる。
Sorry, I had a DM chat.
松前の橋を仕上げるため村の木材を譲ってるんだが、毎度橋が燃やされちまう。
おそらく下手人は斎藤の手下どもだ。この人数では夜通し橋の番をさせられん。お主に頼めんか。
身を隠せるところがあればな。
透明がね。南蛮人が持っているのを見て以来だな。
あそこ隠れるのに良さそうだ。
一緒に行こ
う。守れるかは定かじゃないぞ。
これ以上材木も労力も無駄にしたくない。それに少しは眠りたいだろ
う。では決まりだ。できることなら生け捕ってくれ。尋問したい。
それにしてもお侍が庶民のために橋を架けようなんてな。
我らの務めは蝦夷地に秩序をもたらすこと。道はなくてはならんだろう。松前の中にも安住したい者がいる。この地でな。ではまた明日会おう。
あいつを見てると信じそうになるだろう。松前のことを。
民のためというのはデタラメか。
きっと本心なんだろうが、所詮侍は侍だ。
ここの連中が橋を望んでるのか尋ねようともしなかったしな。
ここで火を焚こう。
最初の番をしてやるよ。あ
あ。アツ。
三十郎だ。ひとまずあんたは眠っていてくれ。
He's gonna kill me in my sleep, isn't he?
三十郎。どこ行きやがった。
He's burning the bridge.
侍どもが来ないか見張ってろ。
斎藤の手下には見えない。橋を焼くため浪人を雇ったな。手を貸す。
その首には高い値がついてんだ。斎藤を敵に回すとはアホだな。
Dude, what? What was that fucking onslaught? Just fucking kill me, dude. Like, holy shit. No, I don't want to be saved. Just kill me. I literally want the reset. I died anyways. Like, it's really weird because, like, I don't know what triggers the wolf, but like, I fucked up by missing that in the first place. Bro, what? You're like hitting me through the fucking thing. No. I don't know. I can't even fucking see him that far away to even tell if he is shooting. I think part of it's just I don't really have any like skill upgrades yet, so it's difficult to handle this many enemies. That time he did not drop his sword. Hey, mixed up guy, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. How's it going? Nope. Okay, now I don't have to deal with... Oh my god, dude. Nope. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I don't know why, but it put me in camera mode. But thank you again. Hope you guys had a good stream. Dude. Wait, where did all of you guys come from? Oh, no. God Dude, I just... the stick drift is already bad enough. But, like, the fact that, like, oh, it added, like, 3 more enemies here. Okay, that's how it's supposed to go, I see. Huh? Okay. No, game. God, dude. I'm having to, like, claw grip the controller right now. No? Oh my god, dude. Please, stop. Thank God! Jesus! Like, it's literally just the stick drift causing the camera to just randomly fly off that is making this hard to play. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find some solution to this. I don't think I can play the entire game this way.
そんで本土の奴らに土くれ同然に扱われる。立ち去れ。お前のことだって待つ前は気にもかけねえさ。
故郷を守りたい心はわかる。だが侍に知られたらただでは済まないだろうな。逃げろ。
蝦夷地はこのままでいいんだ。
So he was, in fact, the guy that just kept burning the bridge. But how are you going? Or how are you doing, Kira?
幾人かの族は生かしてある。望み通りだ。
とはいえお主のせいで下手人の道理を聞けなんだが。
侍を相手に本心を語る野郎がいると思うなよ。
承知している。まあようやっと橋を仕上げることはできるな。
蝦夷地の民を助けたいのであれば一つ尋ねる。妖帝6人衆の噂を聞いたことはあるか？
何を知りたいんだ？
狐が手塩ヶ丘にいると聞いた。どう行けばいい？
本当に行く気なら名寄ヶ沢を流れるヌプル川を北へたどれ。手塩ヶ丘の仲間からはいい話を聞かん。たたられているのかもしれん。
それでひるんじまうほど肝は小さくね。
At least they got 450 gold for that. Well, I guess it's not gold, it's koku, but... Yeah, you said that there is... Aha, there is a save game. Probably would have been a good idea to actively save. You know what? I'm going to create even a second save just so I have a backup. All right, chat. I am overdue, though, so we're we're gonna end stream here. Let me see who all's on. Like I said, I'll look into the stick drift and see what I can do about it. I see no one. So, yeah, I will end stream for tonight. Oh wait, no, hold on. I see Mr. Ventos. There he is. I'll send you guys over Ventos's way. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we should be going over the Ptolemy event, like I said, and then if we have time, more of this. Assuming controller works and cooperates. Again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys know I appreciate you. I will see you guys for the next one. Go give Ventos my love. Have a good night.